Show starts in 5 minutes.
A cup of whipped hot chocolate tastes great right now. Carnation's Cocoa Supreme, the delicious hot chocolate drink with the light, delicate flavor you like. Wouldn't a good hot cup taste good right now? Ask for a cup of whipped hot chocolate at our snack bar.
Show starts in 4 minutes. Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. We promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go! Show starts in 3 minutes.
Popcorn, candy, hot dog, popsicle. Oh boy, Santa orange.
Show starts in 2 minutes.
Now listen, now listen, now listen. I'm the Dairy Queen, won't you come with me along the milkshake way? I've got lots of good surprises, fresh and yummy for you every day. There are malts and shakes and sundaes too, whenever you stop. And of course your very, very favorite, the cone with the curl on top.
You don't have to just dream about Dairy Queen. Your favorite Dairy Queen treat is a refreshing reality at your nearest Dairy Queen store.
Show starts in 1 minute.
For our patrons, men, women, boys, girls. Through the cooperation of leading business places, you may now have free admission to this theater. Ask for dividend tickets when you shop at Names of merchants who give dividend tickets are listed in the lobby of the theater and on circulars at the concession stand. Dividend tickets will be accepted on all standard box office priced films. So take a circular with you today and start saving dividend tickets tomorrow when you shop. See your next movie completely free.
And now, on with the show.
Hello, fellow humans, and welcome to my stream. I'd, of course, also like to welcome all non-human identifying sentient creatures out there, and any non-sentient creatures who may be tuning in to our stream today. We're playing some nano action and some free roll action on Unibet as usual. Going to have a pretty full slate of nano games going on for the rest of the day. Yeah, at the moment we are playing the Nano Deep Impact. It is a 25-cent buy-in with a €50 guarantee. We also have in the background a €100 guarantee free roll that Unibet was nice enough to put on. That's a fun one to play in. They're a bit crazy, and it's a pretty small payout field. Oh, how many do these pay out exactly? Let's have a quick look here. I think it's like 70 something. Yeah, 77 people out of 1,000 get paid, so you're like 7.7% payout field, which isn't too bad, but kind of small. So we're playing in that one. Still pretty early in that one. The Deep Impact is I don't know, interesting. We blew off our first stack pretty quickly in the Deep Impact. It's our second bullet, which has gone much better after we flopped a set of 8s and got it in against 2 stacks and pretty much tripled up our starting stack. Not quite, but pretty close. So that was, but we're 50 cents deep in this one already because we blew off our first buy-in. So coming up in about 40 minutes, we'll be regging the Nano Dark Matter, as well as another free roll sponsored by one of the Unibet ambassadors, Davishi, who's also streaming today as well. Although at the moment, I don't think he's streaming poker. I think he's streaming other games. And depending on how long we go and how well we're doing, probably we'll stream the Nano Titan later on in the day as well. That one comes up in a few hours, and I've had a fair bit of success in that. There's also some bounties that we might jump into. There's a Space Madness bounty that starts in an hour or so that we might jump into. That's the Nano version is 25 cents. Not much for bounties in that, but it's can still be fun. Had a successful couple of days. I came second in that Space Madness bounty Nano a couple of days ago. And funnily enough, only got 2 bounties. And all my friends were joking. I'm the only person in the world that could come second in a bounty tournament with only 2 bounties. But that's the way. That's the way I play. That said, yesterday I used one of my €1 tickets to reg in the Shooting Star, €1 Shooting Star, or Shooting Star, Falling Star, Shooting Star. Hang on, let me just verify. Not that it really matters that much, but yeah, I regged in the €1 Falling Star bounty tournament yesterday, and took 5 bounties for a total of 277, and then ended up in 27th place for a cash of 173. So 450 total on that one for the day. And no, it was the Dwarf Star bounty that I came second in the other day for 25 cents, and that one was a 336 cash with bounties and prize pool included, totaled up. So yeah, it's been a good couple of days. We've added like $7, $8 to our bankroll. It's the highest. It's the highest it's ever been. You can see down on the bottom of the stream, I've added a new sort of bankroll tracker thing here. Max bankroll after I banked the, after I got €4 plus in the €1 bounty yesterday, was 27.71. We're in for a couple buy-ins and so on to today and yesterday after that, so we're currently down to 26.57, but we're still doing really well. Still higher than any of our previous highs, which was 23 and change was our previous high bankroll. So things keep going in the right direction. Things keep going in the right direction, up. So pretty happy about that. Pretty happy about that. I sort of always knew from the start. Like initially, my sort of initial plan with this was to free roll my way into Sinea, which obviously hasn't happened. It's too late for that. I haven't made the plans. You guys haven't heard anything about it, so obviously that didn't happen. I sort of knew going in that was a bit of a lark. I mean, I only gave myself 2 months, literally, from the time I joined the site to winning that package, which I always figured was a pretty short time frame. I mean, obviously, there's a relatively quick path where you bank a bunch of satellites in a row and a bunch of qualifiers in a row and end up with a package, and that's absolutely a possibility. And I actually got reasonably close to that. I was 2 levels away from playing in the 1 level away actually from playing in the final satellite. And I still expect that down the road I'm going to eventually qualify for Unibet Open this year from my free roll stack. So the original plan is still in place. But building the bankroll, I figure there's 2 ways. Hey, Addie, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you here. Glad to see you here. We are on a 4-minute delay, so we'll be coming up shortly, but it is awesome to see you here. So yeah, basically my idea is that there's 2 ways I can do this. I can either go the qualifier route and win a package that way, which is obviously the preferred method. But equally, I can build up a bankroll that allows me to play in those satellites, to buy into those satellites with cash instead of actually, So instead of going from a free roll to a €1 ticket to a €5 ticket to a €50 ticket to a 250 euro qualifier, I could maybe buy in at the €10 level and only need to bank 2 levels or whatever. So it makes gives it some. Well, I've sort of been stealing chips already, Addy, but this is kind of my second stack today as well, because I just blew off my first stack in about 5 minutes at the start of this tournament on tens with a jack queen on the flop, and me not believing that the other fellow had a jack or a queen. And I was right; he didn't have a jack or a queen. He had a jack and a queen, apparently. So it was it was a pretty bad move on my part. So I blew off my first stack, but then I came back in, flopped a set of 8s against a couple of people that decided top and second pair were worth going to town with. And here I am with 21,000 chips. So it's that's poker, right? It is a good start. Pretty happy with that. That's the way these goes. I'm actually pretty happy to fire a few bullets in these, and if the first bullet doesn't go quite as planned, then that's the way it goes. So just to see, at the moment I'm only playing 2 games. I've got this Deep Impact Nano running here, and behind it I've got the €100 free roll happening, which is pretty boring stuff where I basically fold or shove, and the shoving is pretty few and far between. So it's a pretty boring little day. I'm not really sure why I just folded 3s under the or in the cutoff there, but apparently I wasn't paying attention to what was going on, which is one of the streaming is weird. there are two ways streaming goes. There are times like that where I'm talking and I just kind of auto fold hands, or I auto click and I'm on autopilot and I play the hands incorrectly or in a very transparent way because of that. Um, but the converse is also true. I absolutely have a better caching record when I am streaming my content than I do when I'm not streaming my content. And my theory for that is I'm actually spending a lot more time thinking through the hand in order to be able to explain to you guys what's going on in my head. And that ensures or gives me a lot better chances of actually making the right decision, which in this case is going to be to call behind and see what happens. I'm not quite in position, but I'm pretty close. It's not a great flop for ace queen of spades. I could have put in another re-raise there, but I don't really think ace. I think that's kind of turning ace queen into a bluff at that point when I get 3-bet. And I probably just need to get out of the way now. Although 80 chips, it's really hard for me to figure these bets out. I mean, I obviously have odds to call, but I don't really understand why that 80 gets put out there, frankly. So the turn doesn't really bring us any more equity. I mean, ace high can be good here, obviously, some of the time. Yeah, we're out of the free roll now with tens against ace queen, and they flopped an ace. It's it's the way it goes. That's poker. So we could be ahead with the ace queen here, but I don't know. It's a weird spot, and I just don't really know what the hell is going on with that 80 chip bet on the flop, and then checked around on the turn. I mean, what, like a deuce 3 of hearts or something? That's sort of wants to. I just don't know. I just don't know what hand you put 80 chips into a 2,400 chip pot with. That's all. And then you come along and 3/4 pot bet at the end. It's got to be something like 9-10 or whatever. Jack 8, something like that. I don't know. It's the weirdest. Jack 8 actually makes some sense to just sort of throw something out on the flop and then check the turn to hope somebody bets into you, and then you just crush the flop to try to look like you're bluffing, or try to crush the river to try to look like you're bluffing. So yeah, Jack 8 makes sense there. Not sure why he's calling Jack 8 pre-flop on a 3-bet pot, but this is a nano, so you can't really go by that necessarily. So I've added some new stuff to my stream, and I'm a little confused by the sponsor logo thing that I'm using from Streamlabs, because it actually works for a bunch of time, and then it'll just stop working, and then it'll just start working again. It's very weird. I'm going to call behind here and see what happens on the flop. Not a terrible flop for us. We got the backdoor spades and the overcards. Not a great flop, but not a terrible one for us either. So we're going to just see one more street. I don't really think I want to raise here. Not really thrilled with how that went, frankly, but I mean, I don't think I can withstand a raise like that with this hand, so. King jack off is a nice starting position. Of course, the small blind is a terrible starting position. But we'll see what the flop brings and go from there. God, we're just not flopping today at all. We're just not hitting flops. Just not hitting flops so far today. Well, I mean, that said, I did flop the set of eights before to give me my 20,000 chip stack now. So that's I can't totally say I'm not flopping well today, but just not flopping well consistently. How's that? I love those games though where you're where you just can't miss a flop. Those are fun. Those are always fun. It's kind of the way the €1 bounty was for me yesterday. I was actually, it was actually really dirty. Twice I cracked aces. One of them was a pretty reasonable thing where I called behind in possession and happened to flop 2 pair. So I mean, that's the way poker goes. So sad for the guy with the aces, but you know, even from that perspective, if that's me with the aces, I'm like, yeah, that's the way poker goes. You know, you call me in position with a good, it was like I had like queen king and flop queen king. We got the backdoor diamonds and the pair of tens. I can put in a bet with this since everybody else has checked. So that one was reasonable, but then I actually got fours in on 8 high flop, and the guy in position on me called behind with aces, and I turned the 4. So that one was kind of dirty. I think we can put in another bet here. He certainly doesn't have to have the king or the queen at this point, but I will just check behind since he's been calling. I don't think he has to have the king here, but wow. What a gross river for me. What a gross river for me. At least I didn't lose any more money. At least I didn't lose any more money. Wasn't paying attention. Was that flop what I think it was after I folded my 8-4? Well, still pretty gross. I thought it was 8-4-4, not 8-4-3, but even still. Oh, I think I may have figured out why my widget disappears on my stream from time to time, because I told it to. There's a widget hide and a widget show duration. Alrighty, I'm gonna try something. There we go. That, in theory, I think should now be there permanently. Flipping between my various social media locations. A pair of jacks is not a terrible hand to start with. Though there is the old joke about 3 ways to play jacks, and all 3 of them are wrong. But I don't know. I don't think you can go terribly wrong raising under the gun. It's later if the other things happen where jacks can get you into trouble. Pretty much always raising them. Open raising a pair of jacks. And I think against Maku, if there's aggressive action, I'm definitely not putting him on an ace. Well, I mean, being in the big blind, he certainly could have an ace. But as the pre-flop raiser, I should be the one with the ace, frankly, if there's an ace out there. So that's sort of the way that should always go. Ace 5. All right, so get rid of ace 5 out of position. I like 10 jack in position, though. It was suited to be prettier, but... And if the flop was better, it'd be prettier, but we do have the backdoor clubs. So I think we'll check through to see another card. We could throw out a bet here. Representing the ace, although we should have raised if we were going to represent the ace. But the clubs did come through for a draw for us, so at least we have our draw. I think we'll check behind now that our hand has improved somewhat. We've also got the queen now for the straight, so I think we'll just check behind. We brick out on the river. I think we fold to a bet and we bet to a check. I think we fold to a bet and bet to a check. Yeah, I think we fold to a bet. I think we fold to a bet. I think we fold to a bet. So at the moment, this Deep Impact is the only one. Deep Impact Nano is the only one we are playing. We're gonna kick off the Dark Matter Nano in a few minutes, as well as another free roll sponsored by Unibet Ambassador Davishi, who is also streaming today, and you should go check him out. Although I don't think he's streaming poker at the moment. I think he's streaming. Something else. Some other shoot 'em up game, I believe. So that will be starting, in theory, in about 15 minutes. And yeah, there's a few other ones I have my eye on. We'll play the Titan Nano later. There's a Bounty Nano coming up. Yeah, the Space Madness Bounty Nano coming up for 25 cents. That I might play at starting at 11:30 in 45 minutes. So there's lots of stuff coming up. We are two buy-ins deep in this Deep Impact so far today, and first buy-in went very poorly, turning my pair of tens into a bluff on a Flop that had a jack and a queen on it, which was probably not the smartest move I've made in poker in my life. But hey, sometimes you just got to go with your sometimes you just got to go with your gut feeling. Unfortunately, in that case, my gut feeling was that he didn't have a jack or a queen, and he had both a jack and a queen. So, what are you gonna do? Just quads. Just quad sixes for Marco there. No big deal. Just quad sixes. Should probably see a flop with that for just a min raise, but under the gun, I don't know. Seems fishy. Seems fishy. Get rid of my 5-8 offsuit. Just gonna throw in a raise with that. My impression is that Mako just calls behind anyways, no matter what they're playing, so I don't think. I think I was just bloating the pot if I put in the raise there, especially when the flop comes something like this and I've essentially got to give up my hand at this point. I mean, the overcards obviously can hit, and he doesn't need to have a piece of that, but he's shown to have some piece of things when he's been betting typically. Yeah. Yeah, so I think at that point I'm probably just relying on hitting an overcard if I call at that point. Doesn't seem like it's good odds. Bah! Why don't I play looser and call my queen 3 offsuits? Although I'll just believe I was going to lose to a flush with my trip queens there anyways, and say it was good forward with the queen 3 offsuit there. You stop yourself from getting into a tough situation where you lost to a flush. Smart move, Lau. I'm not sure if that's results-oriented thinking or not, but it works for me. Oh, let's throw our 2 bits into the dark matter nano. That one is a freeze out, so if we blow off our first bullet in 5 minutes in that one, we're done playing in 5 minutes in that one. So it's we got to be a little more careful with our bullets in the dark matter than we do in the deep impact. Yeah, I'll fold the 4-5 under the gun. So we're 70 cents deep in buy-ins so far today. My new bankroll tracker thing here should be keeping track of things in real time. for us now as I enter buy-in and rebuy information in my spreadsheet. It should be updating live on the stream, so you'll be able to see exactly where we're sitting at with our current bankroll, which of course started from 0. Huh. Queen 3 is obviously the hand I should be calling with today. So I guess from now on, every time I have Queen 3, I have to be in the pot. Or again, this is I avoided getting myself in a really tough spot when I would have had to fold because of the flush, or I would have lost a bunch of chips to a flush. So there we go. I'm happy with that. Damn, I can't live with that fantasy anymore. Oh, but I would have lost the straight anyways, right? He had the straight, didn't he? No, he just had a pair of queens. He just had a pair of queens. Well, I can't live with my fantasy anymore that it was a good decision to fold Queen 3 there. It's probably still is a good decision. Fuck! What the hell is going on with this? I mean, really? King 6-6? I guess I was saying earlier how much fun it is when you're hitting every flop, but it's not nearly as much fun when you're actually not in the hand and you're hitting every flop. That's a lot less fun, frankly. I mean, do I call 4-8 in position just because of the way things have been going? That seems again like a bad move, but maybe I'm just playing poker the wrong way here, folks. I mean, not a terrible flop for 8-4. It's getting kind of hilarious. The problem is when I actually do start calling these absurd hands, they're going to start missing, I think. So. Yeah, and that one I would have gotten killed by the straight. Definitely getting involved with this one. And of course, dude shoves over me when I finally do decide to get involved, which I can't call off. That was annoying. It's a nice hand to want to see the flop with. 9-3-3 or 3-3-9? What do you figure? 3-9-3. 3-9-3. That's the way it's going to go. 3-9-3. Yeah, just a gut shot straight draw. Just a gut shot straight draw. $5X under the gun from Please Wait For Me. Dude seems pretty aggro. So we got 800 into, so we got like 4-to-1 odds. Yeah, I don't really think that's good enough for Jack 8. I mean, Please Wait For Me could easily give us his stack at some point down the line here with overly aggro play. Oh, I hate deuces here in the small blind. That's deuces out of position. It's just horrible. Because he just knew that was going to happen. And I obviously can't call off because everything even his bluff shoves are overcards to me. So I'm racing against even his bluff shoves. So, very gross. Very gross. I mean, I should just fold deuces there because I know he's going to shove. I know he's going to do a stupid aggro move. I know I can't call off because, you know, a lot of the other pairs, even if it's like, you know, 5s or 6s, I'm going to call off there because he could do that with ace deuce, ace 3, and I could be in great shape. But, you know, even when he does it with jack 8, that's still racing against my deuces, right? Everything races against deuces. So, you know, unless he's doing it with the deuce in his hand, which I've got 2 of them, so I'm blocking those hands, right? Alrighty, we're going on the break. I'm going to get out of this hand, and I'm going to send you off to some old-timey commercials for the break. So please enjoy. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Here's how you can relive a good time over and over again. See it, big as life in full color slides. The newest, smartest way to take color slides is with a stylish Kodak Signet 40 camera. You'll wear it proudly, everywhere you go. Just aim, focus, snap. It's as easy as that. Exciting action shots, eye-catching close-ups, beautiful scenes, indoors or out, day or night. You can take them all in rich, beautiful color. The Kodak Signet 40 is the smartest color slide camera you can buy, yet it costs only $74 or as little as $750 down. Other fine Kodak color slide cameras range in price from $31.50 to $175. Ask your dealer about easy terms, and remember, when your camera is made by Kodak, you know it's good. Now, one inexpensive movie camera takes 1, 2, 3 kinds of movies. Kodak's new Brownie movie camera, turret model, lets you choose the view you want. Scenics, medium shots, or close-ups. Just flip the lens, then sight and shoot. You'll get beautiful panoramas, colorful medium shots, and exciting close-ups, all without moving a step. You get 3 kinds of movie making, and you pay less than the cost of many one-lens cameras. Only $79.50 complete. Ask about easy terms. The Brownie turret is made by Kodak, so you know it's good. Here are the first Brownie cameras ever designed to take 3 different kinds of pictures. The Brownie Star Flash camera and the Brownie Star Flex camera. They start at less than $9, but they take crisp black and white snapshots, beautiful color snapshots, and brilliant color slides. Star Flash, Star Flex. Imagine inexpensive cameras that actually take color slides as easily as snapshots. The Star Flex with this big picture window on top shows you your picture just like this. So it's easy to get exactly the picture you want. The Star Flash has a built-in flash holder, so you're always ready to take snapshots or color slides, even indoors or at night. And both these cameras let you take close-ups from as little as 4 feet away. You'll get better pictures than ever before because they both have a new Feather Touch shutter release. The Star Flash costs $8.95 built-in flash. The Star Flex, just $10.75. Flash holder, $3.75. And they're made by Kodak, so you know they're good.
Tonight, I'd like to show you one of the world's great cameras, the magnificent new Retina Reflex by Kodak. This camera is for the professional and the advanced amateur. It's been acclaimed both here and abroad as one of the world's really great cameras. Now here's another great Kodak camera, but in a completely different way. This is the Pony 2, a wonderful camera for people who are just getting started in color slides. Kodak Engineering, the engineering that produced this Retina Reflex, has made the Pony 2 so amazingly simple to use that now you can get color slides every bit as easily as snapshots. All you do to focus the Pony is turn this ring to close-ups, groups, or scenes, and you can be sure you'll get beautiful slides. Thousands of people, including the Nelson family, have found the Pony camera a real pleasure to use. It costs only $26.75, or as little as $3 down. Why not ask your Kodak dealer to demonstrate it for you? Just tell him you saw it on tonight's Ozzie and Harriet show.
Alrighty, we are back. I hope you enjoyed that brief little interlude with old Kodak commercials. So, got a few new tournaments rolling as well. Just registered in the Nano Dark Matter, as well as the Free Roll by Davishi, being run by Davishi. So we are in both of those. Let's have a look at these. So we've got the Dark Matter there, and this is the Davishi where we've just raised with pocket threes in our first hand from early position. And we get shoved on from the button. 3-3 is obviously not the best hand in the world to be calling off your stack with in the first hand of the tournament. So I think I'll probably just fold there. I mean, ace-5 of clubs is a good hand as well. So let's see what happens. Can see if I see you losing is just into shoving a stack, or had a good hand last time. Just had a good hand probably last time of some sort. Although there's different action, more action this time, so he might have decided against it, but at least it shows he's thinking a little bit more than just scoring. I bet all my chips, which happens in these games, frankly. I mean, alrighty, that's getting a little frustrating. Let's go back to the deep impact, where it's still getting a little frustrating because we're missing all the flops that we're playing, and we're hitting all the flops that we're not playing, which is a very frustrating very frustrating way to have poker go for you. The Dark Matters are really tiny. It's a really tiny field today. 13 players only so far. And we've just flopped a flush draw and hit our flush draw with a much better chance that the other player that is in the hand with us is not playing hearts. It's the third nuts at this point, so there could possibly obviously be a king or queen out there, but I can't go anywhere. And I mean, I don't really think I can value bet this, but I also can't fold. So 30 is nice. Happy to. Wow. Wow. Second nut versus third nut. That's pretty gross. Second nuts versus third nuts. I don't like second nuts versus third nuts. At least not when I have third nuts. It's okay when I have second nuts, I guess. But it sucks when I have third nuts. These only cost me 30 chips. $30 chip bet leads me to believe that I could have raised them off the pot though, because they're not willing to actually bet with the bet significantly with the second nuts. Then they're probably expecting somebody else to have the king out there. So. Of course, making notes on players only goes so far on Unibet because you actually never really know who they're going to be from game to game. So, I mean, it obviously makes sense for this tournament, but I mean, Semi Helpa could actually be playing on this. Could actually be playing on the Deep Impact table as Molokan today. They could be the same person for all I know. You obviously can't have two different personalities in the same tournament, but you can be playing two different tournaments at the same time with two different of your avatars. I've done that several times. So yeah, I mean, so you don't really know who people are. So making notes is useful in the moment in the specific tournament, but after the fact, it becomes less useful. There are people who you'll get to recognize. I'm not actually seeing any of them today so far, but people do tend to have names that they like, and so you will, see them playing quite a bit. And I mean, I have names that Card Check is not one that you've seen here on stream yet, and it's not one that I use a huge amount. But it's one that I use frequently enough that people could recognize. Obviously, people are starting to get familiar with Tangeli and Lady Nuts with those personas, just because I've been playing them so much. So people are going to have seen them quite a bit and paid attention. So. But I'm not sure that, for example, somebody sitting down at the table right now and seeing Card Check would make the association, or should make the association with Tangeli or Lady Nuts, because they're different. There's no reason to make those. It's one of the interesting things about this game is that there's no actual reason or way to make a connection between the avatars that you play. So it is like playing five different personalities potentially. Alrighty, so obviously we're coming along here with our spade draw. I mean, I could have put in a raise there, but I sort of have a feeling that Molokan's going to play back against me, and I'm not sure my hand can withstand a raise at that point. I don't like the paired queen, obviously, but since we got checked through on the turn, I'm actually going to throw in a bet there with my flush on the river. King Queen's obviously one of the hands out there that could be crushing me right now, but there's not a lot of other. Yeah, like I said, I mean, there's a lot of other hands that are going to call me there, I think, who are not putting me on a flush there. that aren't king queen. So I think the value bet there was good. I'm obviously getting called by king queen there all the time. I'm obviously getting called by a pair of kings there all the time and things like that. But I think those hands probably play differently earlier in the game. It's hard to see them checking the flop or checking the turn, for example. So I don't know. Yeah, E7 is often something I would defend, and against just the shove from Minifin, I probably would have defended and called off. But I think with two other people in, I'm getting out of the way. When Molocan and Monte Cristo make the call behind, I think I need to get out of the way. So Dark Matter registration is up to 15 people now. It's a pretty small field so far today. I've noticed that actually the last few times I've played this, it's been a pretty small field. Ace Jack in the small blind. I'm pretty happy with that. Did Minifin just get a huge double there, or did they rebuy? They rebought. Okay, that makes good sense. I definitely think we're calling behind, and we're staying in this pot for sure. Just trying to decide if I'm putting in a raise here or not. I don't think so. So we got lots of backdoor outs here. We got the nut club blocker as well, which isn't a terrible thing to have. But I don't actually think we have enough of this flop to continue out of position with, frankly. Don't think we caught enough piece of that. I think we need to have two spades or have paired on that board to continue there. The deep impact is a €50 guarantee today, and right now it's 1180 up top for the prize. I mean, that's an astonishing number. Hey, thank you for the follow, Addy. I appreciate every follow. I obviously need to fix my notification thing. It's obviously behind. It looks like it's behind everything, but I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow for a couple of reasons. A, obviously all the follows are very much appreciated. But B, you just helped me test my new widgets with the notification widget and stuff coming up in my events list widget. So thank you for helping me test my widgets. I appreciate that. It's actually a fairly new layout. I've just recently put in the little PokerTrek logo and the Saturn there in the background. That's actually a real picture from the Cassini spacecraft, actually. It's false color. I have to admit it is false color, but it's highlighting electrical storms on the south, quote-unquote, south pole of Saturn. So that's new, and I've added the new bankroll tracker with some more specific numbers. and the events list is new. I also fixed the chat. The chat used to just be a copy of the window from Twitch. It's now a widget from Streamlabs. Damn, I just lost a hand on the dark matter table with guy against 10-4. It's just astonishing in this game the number of times I've folded crappy hands and seen them hit the flop versus the number of times that I've called with reasonable hands or raised with reasonable hands and had them completely whiff. But I guess that's poker. You just got to be able to weather those storms. Queen Jack Queen Jack offsuit is probably something I'm defending. Malacan seems very aggressive on my big blind, which isn't that surprising because I'm relatively passive on my blinds, but compared to other people. So second pair, not thrilled with the ace being out there. Mullican can absolutely have an ace, but he also absolutely doesn't have to have an ace, given the way that he's been playing, and he's been relatively aggro. So I think I'm still just checking my showdown value at this point. I don't really think I've got a value bet here necessarily. I'm probably only getting played back at by bluffs from Mullican and things like that, which I'd rather catch than push away. So I think, barring something super absurd, it's a check call situation here. He's given his check back on the flop. I don't think he's going to have an ace very often. So, I mean, I think it's a deuce and a five sometimes. I think it's a worse queen sometimes. Sometimes it's king queen. But I think I'm winning here quite a bit. Yeah, it's a bald ass bluff from time to time as well. So. This is my quitting smoking. I've been quitted for a year. I've quit for a year now. I think we're putting a raise in with our tens at this spot with our active Mullican. We're definitely calling off mini fin here. I actually think we're calling off both these guys if they. Yeah, I think we're calling this off. It's way too good of a chance for chips, I think. And tens is way stronger than both of these guys need to be given their action recently. Oh, gross, 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 gross. I at least took Mulligan out of the equation. Well, took that stack of Mulligan out of the equation. Just picked up nines in the deep impact table. Gonna throw in a throw in a raise with that, a little bit more than 3x to take into account the limper. Gonna get out of the way with King 9. I'm absolutely positive Mulligan's gonna play back to me, and King 9's the hand I really wanna withstand pressure from. Oh, I actually checked. I was really expecting aggressive action from him there. Put in a raise with our 10 jack. Oh, that was on the other table that you don't see, but I have 10 jack on the deep impact. This one, I mean, it's weird betting. I mean, it's like super weird betting over here, and I don't really know what's going on. Like, I don't know. Does good luck ever do that when he doesn't have a 10? At this point, I mean, at this point, I'm really confused about where I am at this point. So I probably should not have been calling that, but. I mean, God, I just don't feel like 9s can ever be good here. I just feel like somebody's got a 10 all the time. Yeah, I mean, I just feel like somebody's got a 10 there all the time. I almost convinced myself that good luck could have been doing that with a straight draw. But no, it just didn't make sense. Just watching the pair of 10s hand on my stream from 4 minutes ago. Let's go back to the deep impact for a little bit. For the record, I busted out of the Vichy free roll, so we're done there. We had a pair of jacks and got it in, and I didn't actually see how I ended because I was playing hand on another table and didn't have the replayer up, so I have no idea what happened, but my jacks obviously did not win because I ended up with no chips and out of the tournament. So clearly somebody had a better hand than jacks. by the time the river was built. So I'm currently 50 cents deep in the deep impact after busting my first buy-in pretty quickly. But we got a reasonably good stack now with 18 paying, and Reg is now closed. I believe people are still able to rebuy in this level, if I'm not mistaken. No, everything, registration and rebuys are closed now, or reentries are closed now. So we have 127 total entries, 67 remaining, and I am 15th with 18 people paying. Alrighty, so since we're down to 2 tables, I think we need to get some booty action going, as Ian Simpson would say. And I think we got some booty action starting real quick. Yes, we have some Space Madness booty action starting real quick. So this is interesting. It's apparently a 10. The Space Madness is a 10% payout with 90% in the bounty, and it's a 50-50 progressive structure. So that'll be fun. We want to get bounties. Cashing isn't really going to make a difference to us. So we are in for 25 cents in the Space Madness bounty starting in 4 minutes. Let's put that in our bankroll tracker. Space Madness bounty, another 25 cents today. So far, that puts us 95 cents deep in tournaments today, with no bust outs so far. Well, other than the first bullet in the Deep Impact, which we're still playing in, so it's not technically a bust out from that tournament. The only thing we busted today are free rolls, which we expect to bust a significant number of those free rolls before we get tickets. But I still get a reasonable number of tickets from them. I end up in the money reasonably frequently in those. Final table, the Vichy free roll at one point for $3 or $4, which was one of my nice big early scores. It's one of the things I love about his free roll. I like all of them, obviously, but the fact that he gives away cash in his instead of giving away tickets is just, I love. I mean, I think it's because he's a cash game player, so from his perspective, he's like, well, giving away tickets doesn't help my audience if my audience is cash game players. So I like that, but it's also great for me. I mean, I don't mind the tickets. Obviously, the tickets got me a great score yesterday in the €1 bounty tournament. But obviously, getting cash is great. Having an addition to the bankroll is great. Being able to build that up to the point where I can actually start buying in, which is pretty close now. Start buying in €1, €2 events. And actually start, playing for some reasonably chunky sums of cash at some point. Because the nanos are fun, and it's great poker action, and it's always nice to see your bankroll grow. But I mean, at the end of the day, I've spent 2 months making €30, right? Which is not exactly super poker stuff. So it'd be nice to start ramping it up a little bit. But we're getting there, and I mean, it's it's obviously when you start from zero, it's obviously a slow progression. I think to actually get up through the levels. If you're not willing to sort of buy into certain levels, then building your way up is well. If you're not willing to buy into certain levels and you don't get lucky and bank a few right off the start, there's a few. I mean, if I banked that shooting star yesterday and win the thing, I got like 100. I got like 100 euros in my bankroll at that point because it was like 68. I mean, not quite 100 euros, but close. It was like 68 euros for the win for the €1 shooting star yesterday. So it's one of those things where you just have I bank one or two of those and suddenly I've actually got a bankroll where I can easily play €2, €5 tournaments and start looking at getting significant chunks out of it. So I'm basically looking at, like I said in my Twitter, like 30 to 50 buy-ins. I'm not really going to be super conservative on bankroll management here. The way I sort of look at this is it's free money. It's all free money. It started at zero, and I've literally not put a dime into any of this, so I don't really need to play this bankroll as conservatively as I would play my own hard-earned cash, if that makes sense. That said, I also don't want to be reckless with it because it's free money, and free money is great, right? So I don't want to be reckless and just toss free money into the wind. So there's a balance to be struck there, but I certainly can. A nice example of me hitting flops that I fold and missing flops that I am in. But yeah, so it'd just be nice. It's just nice to work our way up the stakes, and when I started playing the nanos here, I had to be super selective. I would play the Titan, which is a 10-cent nano, and playing one of the 25-cent ones was like a high roller for me. And my God, playing the 50-cent Comet was like an absurd super high roller thing that was like a third of my bankroll. In some cases, so it was just like this huge shot I was taking. And now I'm pretty freely registering in certainly the 25s, anything 25 or less. I'm just kind of tossing. I'm just kind of tossing bullets into like I'm a high roller, buying into $1,000 tournament, right? Which is maybe not the best way to look at it, but I still don't play my stack in a reckless way. So I mean, I think I'm good with that. We've got the Space Madness. We got the Space Madness, folks. Space Madness happening here now. So yeah, it's a 25-cent buy-in. We have a 22-cent bounty on our head at the moment. And a min cash is 8 cents. So, it's one of those tournaments where cashing is not really going to matter as much as getting bounties is going to matter. So we got the nut heart for the back door. I think I'm going to value bet. Value bluff, I guess, maybe, because semi-bluff, obviously. I mean, I'm not sure I'm value betting ace high here at this point, so I think value bet's obviously the wrong term. So that gives us the nut draw. And I think when we bet here, we're actually going to get fooled a lot of the time because they're going to have put us on hearts. Yeah, they're going to put us on hearts a lot of time when we bet that flop. So even without the second heart, we're going to get folds there a reasonable amount. And it comes right back with ace five of hearts. So we're going to put another raise with that. Being under the gun, I'm not thrilled with that spot. So we see a raise from DV. Call from Ganko. Ganko's playing against us on the dark matter as well. So that's some interesting dynamics happening here. So obviously I think calling behind is the way to go with that. Not thrilled with this flop, but not horrified by it either. It would have been nicer to see a heart, obviously, on the turn than the spade. I think we're going to keep checking to the razor. I mean, I'm not sure what exactly they're trying to represent. It's probably better with my ace high at the moment, but and sure, let's just shove 100 big blinds, you know? What the hell? Why not just open shove 100 big blinds? Oh. These nanos are a lot of fun sometimes just to sit and watch and try to figure out what's going on inside people's heads. I mean, hey, here I am, under the gun +2, under the gun limped in front of me. Let's shove 100 big blinds. What thought process brings you to that conclusion? I just don't get it. I just don't get it, folks. So we flopped. I actually thought there had been more action pre-flop in that, which is why I checked. But we're definitely continuing this, obviously, because we flopped top pair. And since we started that way, kind of mistakenly, we'll continue that way on the turn, and then we'll throw in our value bet on the river. That was a weird hand. I actually thought that there was more people involved in the hand there, which is why I didn't bet that flop. I would have bet that flop otherwise if weird. I need to pay more attention to the games I'm playing, obviously. Although I'm winning the pots, so I mean, I guess I don't have to pay attention to win the pots, right? It's probably a bad thing to get used to in your head. I mean, guess somewhere down the road, that sort of attitude's going to bite me in the ass on a poker table. So the three games we got going at the moment is the Space Mountain's Bounty Nano, which is what you're watching now. 25-cent buy-in. Pretty much all of which going into bounty. Progressive 50-50 bounty. So we're going to get 11 cents for every bounty we 11 cents on our account for every bounty that we take, and 11 cents will get added to our bounty for every bounty that we take. Well, until we start taking bounties of higher players. That's for the baseline. We also have the Deep Impact Nano, which is a 25-cent buy-in with a 50 € guarantee. We are 17 of 47 with 18 people getting paid. 90 cents min cash, 11.80 up top, and we are in for 2 bullets on that one, so we're in for 50 cents on that one. Registration's closed. We are one and done now for that one. We're also playing the Dark Matter, which is early days, quite a small field so far, 25 people total. I am 16th of 18th. Things have not been going well for me in the Dark Matter. It is a freeze-out, so one and done in that one. You don't get a second chance. You don't get to buy a second stack in that one. Actually in a hand on the Dark Matter table now, so let's flip over to that one. It was a limped pot pre, so I could have put in a bet on that flop, obviously. But I figured I'd check call. Anyone who tried to bluff at that obviously could be calling a king when I do that, but nice to just take it down there. So we're on the bounty table, and we got a pair of sixes in the small blind, which I just put in a raise with. And I'm pretty happy with the flop that we got as a result. Obviously, there's one overcard, but certainly does not have to have nines. We got queens on the Dark Matter table as well. So now that we're done here, we'll go over to the queens and have a look at how that's shaping up. We put in got limp to us and came to us on the button, and so we threw in a raise there. And just going to see what happens. We get a call from big blind and a call from our under the gun raiser. Certainly the big blind could have any ace raggy type hand here. We do have backdoor straight outs that we could certainly have a look at, and we could certainly call one street just to see how they take our. Yeah, I mean, I guess an ace here is likely. So yeah, I guess we fold our queens, but pretty gross spot. Oh, I mean, I guess my queens are just dead there. Guess my queens are just dead there. And so, of course, I fold my 9-7 and comes up 7-7 on the flop. Turn the up and down straight draw. Definitely going to get involved with my king 10 here. Interesting. I've got king 10 of clubs on the both the dark matter and the bounty table. That's probably a bad call, but pretty happy to get my chips in at this point, I think. I mean, I think I'm pretty happy to get my chips in at this point. Interesting spot on the deep impact. Oh, where I've been shoved on. It's 15 big blinds-ish. Ace, Jack. Nice. We get there on the river. Barry. You got the berry. Got the berry on the river. Sweet. That gives us a fighting chance in the deep impact here, I think. We were kind of short stacked before, kind of in some trouble. But that gives us a bit of a fighting chance. Putting in a raise with ace jack on the dark matter table. Which incidentally, I think I was showing it, but we ran out to a straight on that other hand that we put our chips in with the king. I'm obviously liking this flop for our hands, so we're going to check back and see if we can't get him to bluff into us. So he doesn't seem to want to bluff into us. We got to get some chips in the pot here, I think, at this point. I don't want to bet too big, though. I want it to... Oh, this is always tough. Do I want to have a small bet? I think I want to have a small bet to encourage him to do other action. So he just snapped. He just snapped that. So I think we're going to go the other direction this time and try to get a ton of value out of him, because he just snapped us off when we bet there on the turn. Yeah, he just... Wow, it just snaps us off with king high there. Sweet. Gotta like that. Gotta like that. Just snaps us off with king high. Flopped into a big blind special on the deep impact table. Two pair. Gonna put some money in the pot now. I tried to get them to bluff into me on the flop there. It didn't work, so bet the turn when he checks into us, and Doing okay, doing okay. Ace 10. Not a great flop for ace down, obviously, but that gives me some straight possibilities. So it probably means I'm not going anywhere. I also blocked the nut spades, so I'm probably not going anywhere. I was actually considering throwing in a donk bet there on the river, which I think, given his hand, would have worked, and I think actually, given a lot of hands he gets there with, it might have worked. And I was certainly considering putting a raise in over top of him. And the reason I checked was I was considering putting a raise in over top of him if he bet me. Because I actually don't think that king deuce withstands pressure, and I don't think a lot of kings there withstand pressure, which is, I think, the hand that he's most likely there with. You know, because I think when I bet that out or when I re-raise him, he has to put the queen there with the way that hand has gone, I think. So that was my plan anyways. Just didn't work out that way because he checked behind. Yellow Ducky takes it. Yellow Ducky's building quite the stack. There's our chip leader on the left. On our left is the chip leader for the whole tournament. And just getting the hands. Just getting the hands. Getting the hands and knocking out the players. I should probably play something like Queen 9 on the button, but so 36 players remaining in this one now. 18 to go to the money. One of the crucial things about these is that you don't actually need to be in the money to be in the money. I know that sounds contradictory, and in fact it is, because you do need to be in the money to be in the money, obviously. But at this stage of the game, I don't need to be in a money position in order to still assume that I can make it to ITM. I've got plenty of chips. You know, I don't have, you know, I'm not like short on blinds. And there's a lot of people that do pretty strange things with their stacks at this stage of the tournament, me included sometimes, which may be what's happening here because I may be betting into a queen. I just don't think, I just think he's playing a queen differently with his stack at this point. But I mean, so I've got like 40 big blinds. I'm not in any. I mean, yeah, I'm not technically, or I'm just barely technically in the bottom caching spot now, 18 of 34. but it's not like I'm panicking because I've got, 7 big blinds or whatever. I'm quite happy to play this and see how it plays out. And still fairly confident I can get into a cashing spot from here. Ace King. We're definitely putting in a raise with that. JK is definitely somebody that we recognize and remember. And given my history with them, I'm going to check back and see that on the turn. They probably call the turn, and we go to the river. And I check back with, and we tie with ace high. I'll bet. No, I win it. That's cool. So we're going to head to the break here pretty quick. But before we do that, I'm going to play this hand that I've just basically flopped the world on. This is on dark matter. So I'm in a pretty good spot against Vina 88, hoping that they're going to bluff into me. I was hoping somebody would bet into me on that. So I'm just going to toss out a min bet here. Hopefully we get some action back. Nice to see some action there. I think I need to get a little bit more value than a min bet, but I still don't want to scare him off too much, and I want to give him all of the reasons to call behind to raise me. Sweet, that was a nice little pot. Alrighty, so we're gonna head off to the break here, and we're gonna check out some more commercials from Kodak. See you in a few minutes.
In a few short weeks, Christmas will be over, and the lights and tinsel will be put away for another year. But in many homes, the joy of this Christmas will live forever, because Mother gave Father a Brownie movie camera, and they captured it all in movies right from the start. And how about you? Why don't you make this a give and take Christmas? Give your family a Brownie automatic movie camera so they can take movies that save all the action and color of Christmas. The Brownie automatic movie camera costs $74.50 or as little as $7.50 down. And it's easy to use. Whether you shoot in bright sunlight or in deep shade, your camera sets itself to the right exposure automatically. And to show your movies bright and clear, there's the fine Brownie 500 projector. Why not give your family a Kodak gift and make this the happiest Christmas you'll ever remember?
Kodak suggests a give and take Christmas.
Give Kodak gifts for Christmas. Take pictures, save the fun, and share your Merry Christmas days with everyone. Give Kodak gifts for Christmas. Take all the Christmas cheer to live again, enjoy again, year after year. Give Kodak gifts for Christmas. Take pictures all year through. To give a Kodak gift's the merriest Christmas thing to do.
I'm sure all of us enjoy having Christmas pictures. So this year, why don't you enjoy a give and take Christmas? Give a Kodak gift to those you love so they can take pictures they'll always treasure. It's a good way to make this the happiest holiday season you'll ever remember.
Next week, Ozzie and Harriet will be brought to you by Eastman Kodak Company.
One good time.
Deserves another.
And you can double the fun of any day's outing.
with a Brownie camera by Kodak. This Brownie Starmite camera, for example, is the handiest flash camera Kodak ever made.
And it lets you get good pictures the first time, with no instruction at all.
No instruction at all. You can count on clear, bright snapshots in black and white or color.
Even color slides you can show as big as life.
The Starmite camera with built-in flash holder costs less than $12.
Other Brownie cameras cost less than $7.
Remember, only a Brownie camera gives you so much pleasure at so low a cost.
Next week, the Nelson family will be brought to you by Eastman Kodak Company. And now, here's Ozzie.
Tonight, I'd like to show you a new idea in picture taking. A fine 35mm camera by Kodak called the Automatic 35. It lets you take beautiful color slides and get the right exposure time after time automatically. Just as your own eyes adjust to changing light, the Kodak Automatic 35 camera with its electric eye meter measures the light and adjusts itself automatically. It has a fine, fast lens. It takes superb color slides wherever you may be, and it's as easy to use as a snapshot camera. Now pictures you once might have missed come out fine, automatically. I'd suggest that you see it this week at your Kodak dealers.
The Kodak Automatic 35 camera costs $89.50 or as little as $9 down. It's the newest idea in 35mm photography by Kodak.
We're back just in time for a pair of aces on the Dark Matter Nano table. Still playing the Deep Impact, where we're 16 of 33, 15 left to the money there. And I'm still playing the Space Madness Bounty, 35 to 71 there. Things have been going relatively slowly over there, but I've got a bit of a stack. So obviously, we're putting in a raise with this one. We get an insta-call from Vina88. Cool. Out of position. Gotta like that. I'm feeling we're going to take their stack, Vina88 that is, on this hand. Because I think they called behind so they could do, they could check raise us on that. Oh, decided not to. I thought they called behind so they could check raise us on the flop. Let's see what the flop brings to our King Jack. I just put in a raise with Ace Jack on the bounty table as well. And flopped top pair with two callers. So we are putting out a C-bet on that one. Get out of the way on the King Jack, and let's take you over to, let us take you over to this table. We've been raised by Red Fox, and I think we are going to Nice. Nice one there. Builds us some nice, few extra chips. Gives us a couple of people that we're stacked against here on this table, which means we can collect some bounties. This is what we're actually after here. I mean, it'll be nice to cash in this, obviously, but with 7 cents as our min cash in a 25-cent tournament, it's obviously cashing is not our goal here. Collecting bounties is our goal in this one. I mean, I think obviously but winning this tournament is only twice the buy-in, and you You only profit in this tournament if you get 5th or higher, assuming you have no bounties. So bounties is where it's at in this tournament. Absolutely, 100% bounties are where it's at. And Red Foxy is getting it in pretty light there with ace-10. Oh, I wish we had a better hand under the gun here, because I have a feeling Red Foxy is going to be nice to be involved in their bounty, but I just don't feel it with the Jack-9. Picked up the old pocket rockets in the deep impact. And we got a small stack shoving into us on the deep impact with the pocket rockets. So we're gonna do this shit. And the pocket rockets do their job. Sweet. Sweet. That definitely puts us in a cashing position here. 11 of 31, 13 to go to the money, 18 people getting paid, so we got a fairly comfortable stack. As far as that's concerned, the min casher right now has 41,000 chips, which is our friend JKHJU3, who, if you've watched the stream, you will know we've seen a fair amount of time. Relatively good player, a bit loose by my standards, but then I'm very nitty by most other people's standards, so I suppose it goes both. I suppose it goes both ways. We get the walk. We get the walk here on the deep impact, and queens in the small blind. Best case scenario for me is for K1200 to shove, so I can shove over top, and it makes far less likely that Yellow Ducky gets involved with anything. Made things more difficult for me if K2 doesn't get involved, because then I just sort of have to min raise, and then it just gets ugly. Sweet, the queens do their job. Hold up. Binkage. Alrighty. Alrighty, so we're down to 11-10 remaining until the money. 6 of 28. We have picked up Big Slick on the dark matter table. Dark matter nano table. Yes, I've reverted into 2009 poker hand descriptions with my pocket rockets and my Big Slick, and we'll be doing entirely a 10 years ago retro stream here for the next few minutes. And I guess I'm calling off with my Ace King here. If I'm not calling off with my Ace King, what am I calling off with? Oh, I mean, do you see this shit? Do you see this shit? Do you see this shit? I called right. And Ace-9 just fucking gets there. Ace-9 just fucking gets there. Oh well. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do is you're going to play aces in the deep impact. And you're going to go collect some bounties in the other one. Got Yellow Ducky playing back against us. Would have been nice to flop a set there, but I'm fairly happy to withstand betting at least one round. Obviously, with 2 overcards now, I'm not nearly as happy. And with him just continuing to fire, I mean, the way he just like insta clicked me on the pre-flop there means he's either got a massive hand, or he's just decided that he's raising my raise because I took so long to make it. Yeah, I guess we get out of the way. I mean, I feel like the right move there was to reshove on the flop, or pre-flop maybe. When he just well, I can't shove. That's too big. But re-raise again. 4-bet maybe. I don't know. That was a weird one. Top pair. After we call behind with King 10 in this big blind. Second nut draw now as well for the diamonds. And I mean, I think we're just in with top pair and second nut draw. Binkage. I think we'll just give our 4-3 up to Yellow Ducky. So that last little bit of binkage put us third now. 7 to go to the money. Good chance we'll be cashing this one, barring a massive blow up, which is not outside the realm of possibility here. Considering who's sitting on my left right now, I could be out in one hand. I mean, I get aces, he gets kings. I get kings, he gets aces, and the wrong thing happens on the flop. And we're out of here, folks. That's all, folks. So we're just in 2 games now. The Deep Impact Nano playing here, and the Space Madness Bounty Nano, which is what you're seeing now. Go back to the Deep Impact, since at the moment that's where our money is. We're 5 away from the money here. And while I have chips in the bounty, I'm not actually getting a lot of spots to take people's bounties, which is unfortunate because there ain't no fucking money in that one if you're not taking bounties. There ain't no fucking money in that. Yeah, there's lots of big blinds. Tons of big blinds. I just get out of the way with the ace-10. Yeah, I'm just watching the Jack's hand now, and I mean, I don't know, the way he's acting, it just doesn't seem like he necessarily was that strong pre-flop, but and we got the Rockets again. We got the Rockets again. It would be very gross to be up against an ace-queen right now. You obviously weren't up against an ace-queen. Ace-queen would have shoved those chips in so fast you couldn't imagine. So much for our friend JK. I'm going to put in a bet now since there's been so much checking, and my fives could easily be good here. Alrighty, we'll just check behind, and yeah, I mean, I don't really think there's value there on the river for me, but yeah, don't really feel good raising into Ducky's blind, but I think I've been folding enough to him that my raises are going to get some respect. So one of the advantages, of course, of being perceived as a super tight nitty player is that you can't, excuse me, one of the advantages of being perceived as a super nitty player is that you can open up in certain spots and people will just fold to you. Problem is in these nano games, you've got to know that it's the right kind of person that's going to just fold to you, because there are people that will just call because they got two cards, man. That's, you know. Okay, I'm starting to feel that my fold with jacks was better. Ducky has not been attacking me in other spots, so I'm starting to feel like my jacks were in pretty bad shape there when I folded them. So pretty happy with that fold now. There's not much happening down in the Space Madness bounty. I still got like 40 big blinds there, but been pretty card dead and haven't been able to find any real spots to attack anyone. And unfortunately, I've only got a stack lead on one player on the table at the moment, so it's a little tough to find bounty spots in that situation when you've only got one target. I must admit, I am not, by any stretch of the imagination, a bounty player. I mean, I hesitate to even call myself a quote-unquote good poker player in any context. Although I think the fact that I've been able to run up a 30 euro bankroll in 2 months from nothing is probably an indication that I know something about the game. But as far as bounty specific strategy is concerned, I am a complete newbie on that. I don't really know how it affects your ranges. I don't really know how the bounties I don't really know whether the bounties mean you should be bluffing more or less. I don't know if the bounties mean you should be widening or tightening your range. So I'm a little bit but I'm having fun with them anyways. And I basically treat them like a regular tournament where I get a little bonus when I knock somebody out, which I know is probably not the right strategy for this. I know that I know that there's probably more, and I also think that there's going to be a lot of variations on, like for example, this one is 90% of the prize pool goes to bounty, and 50% it's 50% progressive. Whereas I've seen other ones that are 50% of the prize pool goes to bounty, but they're 80% progressive or 90% progressive. That's the one I was playing yesterday. I was getting 90% of the bounty, and 10% was getting added to me. So it was kind of weird on that one. Or not yesterday, 2 days ago was that one. So again, I don't know how those differences also play into affecting how I need to judge specific hands at specific times. But that's just an experience thing. As I get more feel for the games, I'll be able to do. I have not played many bounties prior to. I haven't played many bounties prior to the last few days. I haven't played really any of them on Unibet, and even prior to that on other sites, I haven't really played. Played much. You probably will see me play on other sites here as well on this. This is mostly going to be a Unibet focused stream because sort of the whole point of the stream is to chart my status with my Unibet free roll challenge. But I also think that there'll be times when I decide that I want to stream other action. 8 at 8 specifically, I think will be some that I stream. And I mean, I used to run a stream called Anything But Hold'em where I did a ton of mixed game stuff, and I may very well go back to streaming some mixed games from Stars as well. It's been a lot harder to beat the games over there lately, though, and I don't just think it's because of the competition, because I'm a bad player, or because the competition is better than me. I think that the increased rake and all that stuff just makes it a lot harder to be a profitable player over there than it used to be. I've never been a hugely profitable player on Stars, but I've always broken even up until the last year or so when I've started actually. I mean, I'm not losing significant amounts of money, but it was. It's enough to make it clear to me I'm not breaking even anymore. Call it that. And I can tie that pretty closely back to the rate change situation. So, which actually, if you go read my Poker News archive on Poker News Canada, you'll see that I wrote a pretty scathing article about Stars when they put their micro stakes up, because it's basically smacking the volume games come in the small buy-ins. So I can sort of see where they're coming from that perspective. But you're smacking your potential big customers in the head before they get a chance to be big customers by doing that. And it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, frankly. I actually think you should be encouraging your low stakes players. Like, I mean, the way Unibet does it with no rake on the nanos is great. I mean, you're encouraging your newcomers to come in and play, basically play for free, right? Everything that you're wagering can come back to you in prize pool when you're playing on the nats here. And it encourages you to build a bankroll and then play the bigger stuff, right? Because it just, I mean, it just makes sense to me that that's the best encouragement. Yeah, so I just flopped the straight flush draw. Royal flush draw, of course. That's one of my tiny pet peeves with poker terminology. There is no such thing as a royal flush draw. A royal flush draw is just an ace-high straight flush, frankly. Yes, I mean, I suppose there's a special, I suppose it's a special thing and a special term, but it's not a different hand from a straight flush. It is a straight flush. It is just the highest straight flush. It'd be sort of like saying that you've got quads and then you've got four aces. Well, no, four aces is still quads. It's the best quads, but it's still just quads, right? So you've got a straight flush. It just happens to be the ace-high straight flush. So the royal flush term kind of bugs me, but that's just a very small, very nitpicky thing by a bitter, grumpy old man. Alrighty, so it looks like we've got an add-on break coming in the deep impact. Is that correct? There's some sort of a break coming in the deep impact. Must be an add-on break. Oh no, we're hand for hand. What am I talking about? Sweet, we're hand for hand. Nice. I didn't think there was add-ons in the deep impact, but then again, I didn't think there was in the Titan, and it confused me because they started putting them in the Titan. I know it didn't used to have them, but then in the Titan they turned it into a rebuy with an add-on from a re-enter. So we're on the bubble of the deep impact. We are 5 of 19. Still got chips in the bounty. Like I say, I'm pretty card dead down there though, so there's not much happening. I did get a table move, but I'm actually in worse shape now. The whole table outstacks me even more. There is still one player that I have a stack on, so I can still collect one bounty, but yeah, I'm actually. So I did get a new table, but unfortunately it's no better than the last table from that perspective. Alrighty, it looks like we are in the money on the deep impact. So that is sweet. I've won the deep impact before actually, a few weeks ago. Deep impact nano, I should say. I should always clarify that nanos that I win. So we can do it again. I've so far not repeated a win in any tournaments on Unibet yet. I've had 2 wins. They've been in different tournaments. I won the Deep Impact and I won the Titan Nanos. I've come second in the Titan. I've come 4th in the Titan. I've come 4th in the Dark Matter. So I had quite a few final tables and stuff. I haven't had a ton of wins, but I've had quite a few final tables, and I think my bankroll shows that I'm cashing a significant amount as well, so enough to keep me in the profit. Of course, it's a lot easier when you're not paying rake, admittedly, so we'll see how that changes when I start playing rake games, but so everyone down to 13th place gets 90 cents in this one. Then you've got 12th through 10th getting $1.15. Then from 9 on down, you've got $1.50, $1.85, $2.25, $2.75, $3.50, $4.50, $5.50, $7.50, and $11.80 up top. We are sitting 5th currently. just going to do a little bit of twittering. Get rid of the 6-3. Alrighty, sending out some Twitter love for the stream. Letting everybody know we're ITM in the Deep Impact. Obviously got odds here with the clubs to see a flop. You want to see a flop with the clubs when you do that, obviously, but I suppose that's why they call it odds. I'm only going to see that flop a certain amount of the time, and I'm pretty sure I had the odds to call to see that flop and or something like a queen or a 4. A queen 4 offsuit on the booty table, which I have decided not to play because it's nowhere near as good. And I was frankly playing it on the other table because it was in the big blind. I wouldn't even be playing queen 4 suited it otherwise if it wasn't big blind defend. And there wasn't the extra player in to make the pot odds so much juicier. I should actually get respect for this. I don't actually raise the button very often in comparison to other players, so people have been watching me. I should be getting some respect for this. Apparently not from Lita, but then Lita's not been... Yellow Ducky's been around with me more than Lita has, so... I think we're going to call behind. Lita could certainly just be trying to push us off the pot from her big blind. We obviously spiked the queen, which is nice. So I think we're definitely in for a penny, in for a pound at this point. I mean, obviously I'm dead to things like 3-5, but I don't think I can go anywhere. I mean, I'm dead to 2 pair on the flop as well, obviously, but again, wow. I mean, that's just disgusting. Just gross. Just gross. So that sort of cripples us for chips. I mean, we're still not in a terrible spot, 13 to 17, but certainly not as good as we were. He's got the 5 for the straight now, but I'm probably done with this hand. Pair of 7s is going to actually be good here. A reasonable amount. I probably don't really think there's a value bet in there. Definitely wasn't against those two hands, I don't think, even with. Although Lita might be calling me given her previous behavior, but hard to say. Seven, 5. Let's see a flop with that. Let's see a cheap flop with that. With any luck. Guess we're not going to see a cheap flop with that. Guess we're not going to see a cheap flop with that. Fold the 6-4. Huh. Oh, nice one, Addy. Nice one. Let me have a look at that. Cool. Well, good luck at that one, man. I think I probably snap and lead off if she shoves. Ah, we lose to the ace. That's gross. That's gross. I've still got 20 big blinds. Nothing to be too worried about. Nothing to be too worried about. Still got more than 20 big blinds. I wonder if Yellow Duck. I didn't see. Did Yellow Ducky bust? Did they move to another table? Wow, they busted from that massive stack. And I guess Lita's the one that took it from them. Wow, did I just get a walk with that? That is so gross. Just got a walk with ace-9. Yeah, already I'm going to be doing some doing something in the bounty here with my ace-jack against the under the gun raise from. Oh, gross. Gross for me, and that is done for me in the bounty. My booty's been bootied. My booty's been bootied. My booty's been bootied. Alrighty. So, for now, we are just 11 of 14 in the Deep Impact Nano. 90 cents guaranteed. Next pay jump is at 12th place. Are we actually going to get a walk with our ace-queen? No, we're not going to get a walk with our ace-queen. But we are going to reshove with our ace-queen. I mean, that might have been too big of a raise, but I feel like I'm not in a good spot when I feel like it looks weird when I'm if I'm betting smaller than that. Nice one, Addy. I just saw your tweet there, buddy. Nice one. Nice one. I should have been in that one. Well, of course. I guess there was 4 tickets there, so yeah, we both could have got one. Yeah, I'll have to play that. So I guess that is a good way to look at it, because even though it's a 1 in 10 with the 5 to 50, it's not if it doesn't fill up and there's 4 tickets in there. Then it's much better odds to get a ticket. So I have to pay attention to those and see what comes. Put in a raise with our Jack Queen. So we got up and down, which I'm pretty happy with. So I think we'll see about our up and down draw. Might have gone a little bigger on that actually than half pot. Might have gone 3/4 on that, or somewhere in between that. I don't think half is terrible, but I think we get people off more often when we do that. And I think my only move at this point is that. Sort of what I expected to happen, and I'm happy with that, obviously, because I didn't really have a hand other than the draw, but we'll just assume we would have got there, and therefore we had the best hand. Now we have queens. I'm happy to keep betting this one. I hate seeing that ace there, but what are you going to do? So I think I'm getting the impression that lead is a calling station. That seems to be the latest pattern that I'm witnessing. Playing against her identical twin, Svartvid. If I was playing as 10 Jilly, we'd have three twins on triplets on the table. See what the flop brings with our 5 deuce. We did hit a pair, so I'm relatively happy with that. I think that ace is actually a good card for us, not a bad card for us. Yeah, maybe not. Pretty happy to value bet my top pair. Pretty happy to value bet my top pair. Not so happy to value bet my top pair anymore. Not so happy to value bet my top pair anymore. The question is, do I turn it into a bluff? I don't think I do. Can I call here without a club? Given my action. Yeah, I can't call here without a club. I was dead the whole way anyways. I was dead the whole way anyways, so no big deal. Nice hand. Nice hand, Svarty. Oh, it was the 10 euro one with add-on. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, I see. So 5 euro plus 5 euro add-on. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, I got to be cautious with that. If I go into when I've only got one ticket and I don't really feel comfortable dropping 5 euros from my bankroll of 27. I mean, that's like what, like 20% of my bankroll. I got to be careful with those that I don't enter rebuys or add-ons with that because it puts me at a disadvantage. I need to find freeze outs to enter with a single ticket so that I'm at the same level as everybody else, I think. And I know those are out there. I've played a few of them already, and had quite a good time. I played a 10 euro qualifier into 50 and just barely missed out on a ticket. I was unfortunately the bubble boy. I was also the lowest chip, so I had to do something. But yeah, it was one of those. I came pretty close to spinning it up into 50, but we'll get there again. We will get there again. Put in a raise with my 10-9 of spades. I have a feeling that I'm always getting played back at by Lita, and I have a feeling that I'm always getting called when I c-bet by Lita. Oh, geez, I'm not always getting called when I c-bet by Lita. Shocking. Shocking. Suddenly nothing makes sense in the world anymore. Lita's not playing the way I expect her to. I should go drop some money in the Nano Titan coffers. Make sure that that one comes up here in a few minutes. I don't think my 10 high is going to be good here very often, even against Lita. think we'll get rid of the 10-4. All right, so we're on the bubble for the next pay jump. So, 12th place gets paid 121, I believe it is. Whereas 13th place only gets paid 90 cents. I'll probably fire a second bullet in the Titan right off the start, so I'm putting another bullet on my buy-in sheet already. Just updating my spreadsheet for my bust out so far today. So with all of our buy-ins today, we're currently at 25.92. That's including the Titan, the 2 bullets in the Titan that we just, well, the 2 bullets that we registered. I haven't actually, I've paid 1 bullet, and I'll pay the second bullet as soon as it starts. But so I'm definitely calling behind here. I'm considering a raise, but I don't think that's a good idea. I'm just not hitting flops anymore on this, so obviously can't do anything with that, but seems like a weird way to play a strong hand there, but I mean, at this point, I'm not necessarily putting her on a 6 or a 10, but I think I'm just checking behind with my 9s at this point. Wow. Just quads, you know, no big deal. Just quads, no big deal. I'm going to let somebody else bet into this pot. That's sort of what I was waiting for, because I'm pretty sure that my king is the best hand here. As it is. Oh, but the pair. Ah. The pair means we fucking split. That's gross. That is gross. I mean, he gets it in bad and then just gets there for the split. That's gross. I mean, I guess it's not as gross if he gets there with the 8, but... Pair of 5s. Obviously putting in a raise with that. I'm going to do a delayed C-bet. And that's why I do a delayed C-bet, because I know the 5 is coming. Now I just call behind because I know the 5 is coming. Nice little bankage there. Nice little double up bankage. What's funny is I didn't even change my position. I was 10 of 13 before that hand, and I'm still 10 of 13. I don't think my seven's necessarily going to be good here, but I think I have to see one more street at least. And I think it's probably a check call situation. Just looking at the hand you posted on Twitter there, that's one's, gotta love that, eh? Gotta love that. Alrighty, we're gonna go on a quick break here, and we will be back very shortly.
And now a word from our alternate sponsor, your dependable Dodge dealer. A booty ooby 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 ah! Don't need to shift that gear. No clutch to fight. A booty dear, it's automatic power flight. Go Dodge. Go Dodge. Take command, get the thrill firsthand. 55's the year to drive, to drive. A Dodge. A Dodge. Wow! Look at it go! With full-time power steering. Hey, a booty day. A finger takes you all the way. Go Dodge. Go Dodge. Take command, get the thrill firsthand. Now's the time to buy and drive. A Dodge. A Dodge. Wow! Look at it go! That's what back windshield takes your eye. A booty die. Nothing there but road and sky. Go Dodge. Go Dodge. Take command, get the thrill firsthand. 55's the year to drive, to drive. A Dodge. A Dodge. Boy, look at it go!
Join the value Jubilee.
Make this year 1953.
Get personal size ivory for your beauty care and save.
You get 4 cakes of personal size ivory for about the same price
as only 3 cakes of any other leading toilet soap.
4
instead of 3.
It's like getting an extra cake free.
What a value. Why, more doctors advise Pure Mild Ivory for complexion care than any other soap.
Start cleansing your skin regularly and use this handy personal size of ivory. In 1 week, your complexion will have a prettier look. That ivory look.
Remember, when you buy 4 cakes of personal size ivory, it's like getting an extra cake free. So join the value Jubilee.
Make this year 1953.
Save.
And save.
On personal size ivory.
Incidentally, I told you that I've been down in Florida. We're going down again. I got some really wonderful testimonials about tweed spray hairnet here down south. After all, that's where it really is put to the test. I think you realize that. With the wind and the rain and the salt air, well, hair control is a mighty big problem. Now, the girls are flipping over this right here. All over the country, they are flipping about tweed spray hairnet. I took my own survey down south. I proved there ain't nothing like this. Girls carry it with them when they go to the beach, right in the beach bag. They come out of the water, they pull off a bathing cap, they run a comb right through their hair, and then tweed spray hairnet. They all look like models out of an ad. Now, all I can tell you, girls, if it passes the test down there with flying colors, then I don't have to tell you what it's going to do for you anyplace else in the country, right? I told you what other ladies have found out in an independent survey. They found out that you get 1, better set retention, the waves stay in your hair. 4 ways, this is better than any other. 2, your hair will comb better, no pulling or snagging. 3, your hair is more manageable. It's soft because of PVP and lanolin. And of course, the 4th point, I don't even have to make a point there. You know that a beautiful aroma of tweed fragrance is 1,000,000 times better than any old lacquer odor because there's no lacquer in it, see. So you girls be ready, will you, when the nice weather gets to your part of the country? Get into the habit of using tweed spray hairnet, and do it now. At your drug or department store, you see a display like this, $1.50 plus tax for the best spray hairnet you can get. Tweed spray hairnet, okay?
That's right, folks. Get your tweed spray hairnet right now. I love those old-timey commercials. It's a kind of a peek into a period of history from a certain perspective. I'm also kind of in the marketing game, so it's a bit of industrial history for me as well, and I just think it's a lot of fun. Yeah, that hand was awesome. That looked great. Guy just rips it in with top pair. Gotta love that. A pair of fives here in the deep impact again. For the record, the Titan Nano is up, and we have fired our second bullet in that. Not because we busted, but because we just bought in for 2 stacks, so we got like just under 20 grand on that one now. We're still on the button. Or still on the bubble for the next pay jump in the deep impact. Yeah, I mean, it seemed like it was kind of unnecessary for him to just kind of go crazy with top pair there, but you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I put in a raise with my ace-3 in the small blind. Pretty happy to be value betting my top pair. I think I'm still happy to be. I don't really see any reason that she has to have a 10 here. And the pair now means that unless she's got like ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king, we are chopping. So first hand of note in the Titan is a pair of 8s that we raised under the gun and have got calls from the entire freaking table. Flopped a gut shot straight draw with backdoor clubs and over pair to the board. So I'm not unhappy with our spot. Ooh, all in. No, not all in. Not all in. Don't know why I pushed that. Half pot is more reasonable bet to make here. There's going to be a 7-8 out there from time to time. Although, I mean, I'm obviously blocking the 7-8 with my pair. So the other likely options are things like there's going to be 2-3 from time to time, but that's pretty unlikely. So I think we're looking like more like ace-6s and ace-5s that are calling behind here. Or maybe higher pairs, but I think higher pairs are, yeah, it's hard to say. Well, we'll check through and see what happens. I mean, there's obviously going to be, I think, club draws are going to call on there. Anybody with a 7 or a 3 is probably calling on the flop. I don't know about the turn in that case. I think the 8s here are reasonably good at showdown. Alrighty, so we've pay jumped to 115 in the deep impact now, 12 left. Pair of 7s here in the Titan. We're going to put in a raise with. Pretty confident to be betting my second pair here. I mean, I'm putting Ken on overcards at this point. I'm not putting him on an overpair necessarily. That jack could hit him, but I don't think there's any reason it has to. That just feels like a bluff to me. So gross. So gross. I mean, he's calling more than 3x pre-flop with that hand. It's just absurd. It's just absurd. Back over the deep impact for a bit. 10 of 12 there. We're up to 115 for our in cash now. Go away with 3-9. Queen 7's obviously not the greatest thing in the world, but is that the random hand? So with checks on the flop, my queen is probably good here most of the time. This hand makes me want to puke. I'm just watching the sevens hand now on my stream from 4 minutes ago. Nice, Addy. Maybe we'll see each other on the final table. Good luck, good luck, good luck, my friend. Only 41 people in there so far. It's kind of a small field. Small field in the dark matter too. It's kind of weird. I'm sure the nanos used to get higher fields than they have been getting lately. I don't know what's happened. So we're down to 11 now on this one. We have to get to 9 before we get another pay jump. We are currently in 9th, so. Let's put in a call here with the King Queen. We got position, which isn't terrible. Overcards to this flop. We're probably got some backdoor straight options. I don't think we're. I was going to say we're probably continuing to have reasonable bets, but probably not to a full pot. Probably not to a full pot bet. So we see a flop with this King Jack. I should probably raise with that, but I do feel like lately I'm getting always called by Lena and Svarty here, so I don't think the raise is something I can necessarily do. And although Lena's very active, she's not been leading out like that when she hasn't hit a piece of the board, usually. And we just had overs anyways, so overs and backdoors. Not with 5-9. Oh, big question here is, do I set mine with this or do I put in a raise with this? I think I'm just going to set mine. I've got basically odds to triple my stack when I hit the set, so. We get a chunky raise from Lita. I almost reshoved on that, but would have been a very big shove. And I don't feel like a smaller raise was there necessarily in that spot. Don't necessarily believe that she had a hand that could withstand a shove from me, but I also think that my fours are in pretty rough shape when they get called open by speculative hands that she's raising there. Gonna get a hand I can shove back on her one of these times, but no, I see in the you're right underneath me in the chip counts there, Addy. In the Titan Nano. Good luck, my friend. That is good. Welcome to the Nanos. Welcome to the Nanos. There is play in these Nanos that I just have no ability to explain whatsoever. There's like very little thought processes that I can come up with that work for them. Well, we got a table move, but we still don't have Addy on our table. Still got quite a bit of late red left in this one. Obviously, it just started, so. We won this one 2 weeks back. Something like $6. It was pretty nice. $6.15, I think it was. Was be 2 weeks ago tomorrow that we won it. Then we went on a caching string for the rest of that week where we cashed 4 out of 7 days for that week, I think, which was pretty good, including another final table. Putting in a raise with my ace-king, obviously. Sort of weird that I didn't get played back at by Lita. I'm definitely c-betting here. I mean, am I just up against the queen? Am I just up against a pair? I think I'm just all in with my backdoor spades. And yeah, that's so fucking gross. That's better. That's better. I mean, it's dirty, but, you know, when the king-queen gets there like that, it's pretty sick. So, and we get to follow that up with aces, which is always kind of cool. Raise and take it. I'm okay with that. So that dirty little pot brought us 6 of 11. But I say dirty, but at the end of the day, that's still just the best hand pre-flop winning. So, you know. That is the way poker's supposed to work most of the time, right? If I get it in with the best odds, or if I have the hand with the best odds pre-flop, then most of the time on the when we get to the river, I'm still gonna have the best hand. That's what having the best hand the best odds pre-flop means. It means that more times than not, you'll still have the best hand at the end. It's not always, because it's just odds. And it's never 100% pre-flop, obviously. Even aces. I'm really keen on 7-8. Although we would have just obviously flopped a joint with that. Guess I should be happier with 7-8. I mean, I connected, and if it was suited, I'd have certainly been more interested in it, but... Why do the clubs come when I have hearts? Why do the clubs come when I have hearts? Head over to the Titan for a bit. Just picked up a pair of jacks. I've got a... Holy crap. Got just... I mean... What do I do with a pair of jacks facing an under the gun raise for 700 big blinds? I mean... I'm just going to call it off, I guess, right? 700 big blinds and you know, pair of jacks. I mean, obviously I'm not calling off 700 big blinds. I'm calling off whatever absurd number of big blinds I have at this point, which is, 200 and some odd. But still, means I win 500 big blinds, like 600 big blinds when I'm done all this if I have the best hand. Interesting hand over on the and we're done in the nano after calling that absurd shove. But we're not done because we got more buy-ins for the nano, and we're happy to put them. That's why we put that sort of a call or put that sort of a call in at an absurd spot like that. A pair of eights here. We raised pre, got calls from our two active friends. And then fold to our c-bet. Cool. We've jumped up to 150 for our guaranteed cash now. 5 of 9 at this point. We're 3 away from our final table. King Jack I'd normally play, but that's a fairly chunky 4x raise that Svarty's putting in there from the small blind, which probably indicates a fair amount of strength, I would guess. Yeah, that's kind of a blow up by Strega there. Kind of a blow up by Strega there. Calling off with the 5-4 at that point. Of course, Svarty's either on a queen or dead air, so you know, could be that you just decided dead air and go with it. Feel like I'm probably getting called down here, but I got to throw three bullets out there anyways. Got to fire 3 bullets anyways. Oh, I was sure I was getting called down there. Guess that's why you throw the 3rd bullet out there. Guess that's why you toss the 3rd bullet. Nice one, Addy. I appreciate that. It's an absurd game. I mean, there's just I take it you just saw my I take it you just saw about the shove with 701 odd big blinds. It's like I mean what do you do there, right? With jacks, I think I've got to call off there. I think just giving away jacks at that point is probably not the right move. Oh, the jack shove. Yeah, I probably should have. You're right. Yeah, I mean, what else? What else do I have here? I mean, all right, we're hand for hand for the FT and the deep impact. I'm sitting on a top pair on the Titan Nano table, which is no longer top pair after the turn. Let's pop over there while we're waiting for the other. Yeah, and then it just gets grosser and grosser and grosser over on the Titan table. Still hand for hand on the in the deep impact. It's hand for hand for the final table. Guaranteed 225 now. Yeah, I mean, ace queen's going to get there. I'm actually surprised he was that strong, to be honest, with a shove like that, because it strikes me that it's I mean, it's hard for me to come up with any sort of rationale for a shove like that, but if I'm going to come up with one, it's because I have a hand that I don't want to go to a flop with. Ace queen's not that hand. I actually have no problem going to flop with ace queen, because if ace queen is going to flop the best hand a ton of times, if it's not already the best hand. So yeah, when I call there, I'm actually quite surprised when he has ace queen or something that strong. I'm actually expecting lower ace, smaller ace than that, and then just random connector type hands. is sort of what I'm expecting to see, if I'm expecting to see anything at all. But yeah, I mean, one of the reasons I call there as well is that I know I can just pump two more dimes back into this thing and get another stack of 20 grand and keep playing it. So I'm pretty happy to take my chances there to either end up with I was going to end up with like 45 or 50,000 chips at that point, or well, 35,000 chips at that point, or rebuy. I'm pretty happy with that decision at that point. Playing reasonably passively here at the bubble. The small stack isn't terribly small, but I don't really need to get too crazy on a three-handed table where I'm by far the smallest stack here. When there's somebody on the other table who's also going to be by far the smallest stack, most likely, or close to by far the smallest stack. I guess there's two other smaller ones over there, number 6 and number 7. So for the time being, I think I could be relatively passive here and not get involved unless I have massive starting hands. In fact, I'm actually going to bring that other table up. Keep an eye on it while we're here. Yeah, the other two small stacks are basically tied. They got within 400 chips of each other, down at 113. So I'm fairly comfortably in 5th until one of them does something, and I'm much happier to get into it more once we get into back to a 6-handed table instead of this 3-handed crap with bigger stacks against me. That said, being with me on the 3-handed table, I'm actually going to be paying blinds more often than they are, so it might actually end up being problematic down the road unless one of them busts relatively soon. I have to see a flop with my ace-queen, at least. That's obviously not the flop I wanted to see with my ace-queen, but... But again, I'm playing fairly passive here. So, I mean, I can obviously call there in other spots with the gut shot to the wheel and all the overcards and stuff like that. But right here, I'm looking to ladder up and hit that final table at least. So I think that being relatively passive while we've got other players smaller than us and active in a hand right now. Nice. And just one of them just lost some chips. So they're down to a small stack of 82 grand now. 83. So just like 20 big blinds. They're going to need to start thinking about getting active. They sat out on their big blind. Oh no, they're back. Nice to see the big stacks attacking over there to make sure that it keeps keep them honest. Alrighty, so this is actually the other deep impact table at the moment. While we're hand for hand to the final table, we'll bring that up, or we'll put my table up if there's interesting things happening there as well. So I just thought I'd throw that up so that we could see what was happening on the other table. Alrighty, still playing hand for hand. Still quite comfortably in second position, or in fifth of 7 positions. So I'm quite comfortably in a final table spot, which is why I'm playing relatively cautiously at this point. Looks like a double small stack battle on the other table. And we are at the final table. We are at the final table, folks. That guarantees us 275. And we are just 5 eliminations away from taking down this tournament for the second time. So this would be a repeat for me. I'm positive this would be a repeat. I'm positive the first one I took down was Deep Impact. It might have been Dark Matter. Might have been the Dark Matter. I'll have to go back and look at my records, but either way, I'm planning to win this one. Be nice if I was in this pot with 2 pairs in the end there, but we're already free rolling for the day, though. We're well above our buy-ins with this guaranteed 275 now. So at this point, we're just pouring extra gravy on the potatoes at this point. So pretty happy with that. I mean, I'm pretty sure even if I was to do something totally absurd, like blow through my entire number of buy-ins in the Titan, which I don't plan to do, but if I did, I think I'd still be in profit with the 275 if I bust right now in the Deep Impact. What are we at for the day right now? We are at We are at 50 cents, 90 cents, or 70 cents, 95 cents. Yeah, we're at $1.35 in buy-ins now. And I think we've only got another 40 cents of buy-ins available to us in the Titan, even if we were to fire every bullet available to us. Wow! Once again, I'm hitting hands that I shouldn't necessarily be calling, but should be calling because I'm hitting them. least that flop didn't come 6-6 deuce. Doyle BB to my left there is a familiar face. I see him around quite a bit with that name. Of course, Lita and Savardi have been on our table for ages, so we know them. The other two I don't recognize at all. So definitely put in a raise with our 8s to 8,000. Pretty happy to continue on this. They don't need to have a jack out there, although they certainly could have a jack. I'm just checking back here, I think. So at this point, my 8s probably aren't any good. And even though the odds are like absurdly good, I just don't think I'm good here often enough for these odds, even for these odds to make sense. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do seem to be doing okay in the nanos so far. There's a fine balance between acquiring chips and preserving your stack that you have to find in these nanos. That because you run into these situations like people shoving 750 big blinds with whatever the fuck you shove 750 big blinds with. And you'll find those spots in very strange places. And frankly, so if I'm sitting with 20 or 22 big blinds and I'm out of the money spots, but we're, still 10 or 12 away from the money, I'm not actually that worried, because the chances of a significant number of those players ahead of me just blowing their stack up for no reason, or shoving 750 big blinds in and getting called off and losing, it happens so often. And there's so many times when I've backed into the money because I've been like right on the money bubble, and then ended up going deep in the tournament and final tabling or even winning the thing. When I won the Titan, I was in last place for a significant portion of the time heading up into the bubble. I then doubled. I think we were 2 away from the bubble when I doubled up and got a stack that I could actually, be comfortable with. But up until that point, I was just basically sitting around waiting for people above me to bust, and they were obliging me. they were quite happily putting their stacks in when I had a smaller stack, and they were quite happily putting their stacks in and losing in front of me. So there's not a lot of, I find that the ICM play in the nanos is either non-existent or just really bad, one of the two. I'm not sure which. In most cases, people are just not looking at the ICM implications of what they're doing, especially around the bubble, and especially around money jumps in the when you're in the money. So I think there's a lot of value to be had in the nanos that isn't necessarily going to be available in the higher buy-in tournaments, because people are going to be playing a little bit better in those. Although I don't know. I mean, I still think there's going to be a significant amount of the yeah, dude, just at 75 150 on the Titan table. Dude just shoved 35,000 chips and lost with 6-7. It's the same dude that I'm sure that was the same dude that took my took my stack with his ace queen to jack jack on the first hand, or when I busted there. Actually, so I don't think I've changed tables on that one, and it was the same spot, and it looks like the same name. Yeah, I'm sure it's the same guy. I'm sure that was the same guy. He just lost in the same way, very big, with a much worse hand. And he's down to 100 big blinds now, and he's treating it like a 10 big blind stack, where he's just basically shoving all the time. So one of the balances you have to find in poker is the ability to actually call when you're going to hit the flop. I'm not really sure how to acquire that skill, but I suppose if I was just a looser player, I would be involved in more of these hands and therefore more likely to be there when I hit the flop. But I feel like when I play looser, I also lose a ton of chips because I don't necessarily play my missed hands aggressively enough, or properly when I do play them aggressively, if that makes sense, because I seem to lose a lot when I try to do that. Although, there was that one three-barrel bluff there that I threw in that as I was throwing the chips in, I'm saying this is going to get called and I shouldn't be doing this, and sure enough, it worked. But so I guess maybe I'm just overly cautious. I'm sure passivity and nittiness is my biggest leak in poker, frankly. I'm sure that I'm more cautious than I should be. And I do think that there's a certain time that benefits me in the nanos because of the way that the people go absurd with their stacks. But I don't necessarily think it. I think it's actually going to really be something that is problematic for me when I go up in the higher levels. So I'm definitely have to deal with it and become more aggressive and less passive when I move up, I think. Not necessarily a wider range, but definitely more aggressive. So I'm 5th to 5 now. I've put in a raise under the gun and been 3-bet pretty chunkily by the big stack, who could easily just be putting things on, but I don't think this is the hand to fight back with. This is the hand to fight back with. I think this is the hand to fight back with. That's, of course, the problem with being perceived as a super nitty player. When you do something like that, people are going to fold to you a lot of the time, even when you sometimes want the call. I didn't necessarily want the call there because 7's not a great hand necessarily to be flopping against hands that will call you in that spot, but certainly there's other times I would do that where I'd be begging for the call, right? Not in that particular spot, but so guaranteed 350 now. I was going to say that puts me over 30 euros, but it doesn't quite. Puts me just under 30 euros. If I was to bust right now, which I have no intention of doing, of course. Alrighty, so maybe another one of those spots in the Titan where we're just calling off. Oh, and oh, nice, and we get there with the tens. Sweet, 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 sweet. I mean, I did King 5 and just shove. I mean, why not just put 400 big blinds in there? 200, I guess, but even still. I mean, thank you for the chips, but it's really, really bizarre to see when I see that. I just don't get it. So at least my second stack, well, my third and my fourth stack, as opposed to my first and my second stack, is doing better. Head back over to the Deep Impact where we're sitting 4th of 5. Just barely, though. I mean, we're basically tied with Janosch for the last spot here. One of us is going to have to make a move fairly quick. We've only got like 20 some odd big blinds each. Got another break coming up soon. Not sure what our commercials are on tap for this time. I know it's not Kodak again. It might be Dodge again. I might be seeing Dodge commercials again. I'm not sure. All these commercials, for the record, come off of archive.com, public domain archive of all sorts of video and audio and text and all sorts of stuff that's all in the public domain. That's pretty awesome. So we're off on our break, and we'll see you in 5 minutes.
This week, you can clean all your kitchen linoleum in the time it used to take to clean this small patch of linoleum. Yes, in half the time and with half the work of soap or newest detergent. How? With new Spick and Span. Thanks to Spick and Span's amazing cleaning power, the mop or cloth need only be damp. Then once over, no going back a second time to rinse and a third time to wipe dry. See? Dirt, grease, even heel marks vanish. Just once over, and linoleum dries instantly, gleaming clean, ready to walk on or wax. You can replace the furniture the minute you're through. Remember, just once over lightly with new Spick and Span. No rinsing, no wiping, once over. It's grand.
This bright, sparkling half-ounce of aluminum is part of our Christmas card. It is a symbol of the thousands of products of Alcoa aluminum that make for better living. In your homes, on your farms, even at this very moment, bringing your families back home for Christmas. It is also a symbol of the tons of aluminum being used overseas to defend our way of life, to fight, to fly.
to eat turkey 7,000 miles away. This, then, is just a tiny part of the ever-growing supply of aluminum that is being produced at Alcoa plants this Yuletide Sunday, every day and every night, 7 days a week. To you and to Americans everywhere who pray above all else for peace on earth, goodwill toward men, the 50,000 men and women of Alcoa want to say, we add our prayers for peace and Merry Christmas.
Little Jack Horner had a plum on his thumb till the gang got Snickers and offered him some.
If you like peanuts and chocolate too, then Snickers is the bar for you.
Yes, for you, for everybody who craves good candy, a Snickers candy bar has everything everybody likes. Inside, a fluffy nougat flavored with peanut butter and malted milk. Then a creamy golden caramel layer with lots of fresh, whole Virginia peanuts. And covered all over with pure milk chocolate. Boy, what a bar. Buy Snickers one at a time, 6 at a time in the popular 6-pack, and it won't be long till you'll want to buy Snickers candy bars by the box, like this. When you crave peanuts and chocolate, too, ask for Snickers. Good? We'll ask Jack. Now from his corner, Jack says, hooray! I'm going to stick to Snickers starting today.
If you like peanuts and chocolate too, then Snickers is the bar for you.
In summertime, at dessert time, try Jell-O Instant Pudding, the perfect dessert for hot, busy days. All you do is just add 'em to milk and beat 'em up. That's it. Almost at once, Jell-O Instant Puddings are ready to eat. So creamy, so cool, so delicious. So quick and easy, even children can make 'em in just the wink of an eye. Stock up with a terrific new busy day dessert. New Jell-O Instant Pudding.
And we're back one more time. So, of course, we got the final table here in the Deep Impact that we're playing on, and we still got the Titan that we just managed to grab a big stack on just before the break. Way to go, Addy. Nice one. You take down that shooting star bounty. That'll be a nice one for sure. You take that sucker down. I got 36K obviously now in the Titan. 36K after I called off that absurdly big bet again. I guess I have to fold here. I don't think I need to get involved with 9-3. Or 9-5 on the Titan, for that matter. So I thought the Snickers ad was especially interesting in this last little batch of ads because the change in the way that they market over the years has been quite remarkable. I mean, basically, it's marketing as a treat for kids in these 1950s ads, and now we're into the "you're not you when you're hangry" kind of deal with the Snickers. You know, Betty White becoming football player and all that jazz. So it's an interesting change in the way that they've marketed their stuff. Alrighty, so we're fourth now of 4 with 450 guaranteed. We are now going to be over $30 when we cash out this one. But I mean, I'm still sitting with more than 20 big blinds, so it's not like I'm terrified of blinding out or anything like that. I got I don't need to start going crazy with weak hands and weak spots to try to find chips. She's been doing a lot of shoving. Been doing a lot of shoving lately. Ace 9's probably going to be ahead of her range at this point, but it still seems like it's pretty much on the edge of that. So if it is better, it's only marginally better. But she is shoving a lot, so need to definitely keep that in mind. We're going to have to start calling off a little bit later on her, I think, because that's like the third or the fourth I've seen in the last few hands. Just putting a raise with ace queen on the Titan table from under the gun +1 after a limp. One caller, two callers, and we got basically a family pot -1, in which I missed the flop completely. Could certainly throw out a c-bet there, but that's not really the kind of flop that a pre-flop raiser is supposed to have been hitting necessarily. So they have to put me on a pair at that point if they take my c-bet seriously. And again, this is a spot where I could certainly throw out a bet. I think I'm going to at this point. I mean, I probably get folds when I do this, but it saves me having to make a tough choice on the river when a club comes. I mean, I guess I'm dead to a 3, but does a 3 decide to check here is another question. I mean, I think a 3 obviously does try to get value out of like an ace like I have. I can't believe I just checked that back. Yeah, I can't believe I just checked that shit back. There's an example of where I'm probably way too passive. I mean, that's probably a value bet spot. I just, for some reason, I'm I'm convinced she has a 3 there for some reason. And I just think that the value bet is just going to get snap shoved on, and I can't withstand really a shove there because a shove is only a 3 or air, which I guess I can beat the air part, but I don't know. So I think checking back there is definitely weak, but I'm also not really sure that a bet is the best thing there either. So I don't know, I sort of feel like I'm turning my ace, my full house into a bluff at that point when I try to value bet the river, because I don't know what else I get called with that's worse. And I just open myself up to being bluffed off the pot when I get raised shoved on there, or whatever. So I think, especially in these nano situations where people can just do stupid things, I think checking back may be weak, but it's probably the best thing to do there. I don't know. So I'm sitting in third place in the Titan at the moment. 54 players remaining, 55 now, 81 total registered. So at the moment there are 9 places getting paid. I lied, 12 places getting paid. Cool. Obviously, King 5 we can't do anything with. Gonna head back over to the Deep Impact. I think this is my hand. I probably get folds, but I could get a spite call as well. I just haven't really been getting a ton of hands that I feel are playable in the spot that I'm in here, especially being the small stack where it's another shove spot, obviously. Gonna head over to the Titan real quick. Nice, we get the double. Oh, we don't get the double. What the hell? I clearly missed what was happening there because I was sure that neither of us hit, and weird. Alrighty, well, I'm betting my kings from the button in the Titan then. 450. I mean, I'm happy with 450. Would have been nice to have gone deeper, but fourth in the Deep Impact for 450 is a hell of a result when you're nanoing and free rolling like I am. It's a heck of a result. It's an interesting hand developing. I mean, he could have a queen, obviously, but he could also be pretending to have a queen. I mean, if I'm just up against ace queen, that's really gross. Or a random queen hand. I mean, it's just absurd. He shouldn't even be there in the first place. I mean, it's just fucking absurd. Just doing some Twitter updating. Still getting over that fucking Queen 9 hand as well. I mean, that's just the grossest shit in the world. Frankly. I mean, I should be good enough to fold kings there, I guess. I mean, it's not like I don't know he has a... Yeah, I think you're right. It was a bad check on the threes. When I had the aces full. But I don't know. Like I said, that's it's probably my biggest leak at the moment is that I'm too passive in spots like that. I'm more concerned about not losing chips than I am about gaining chips. Yeah, that's pretty gross, but actually it looks like Queen 9's my nemesis twice then. Because Queen 9's about to be my nemesis on the hand that's playing out now as well. I mean, I'm still in the tournament, but Respect Noobs just basically owns me with a fucking hand that shouldn't even be there. That's the thing. I should be good enough to fold kings there. I mean, I know he's got a queen. It's not like, I mean, whether he should be there or not with it, I know he's got the queen. He doesn't make that bet without the queen. I mean, I guess I'm calling there because I think he bluffs, but I guess he probably doesn't bluff enough for me to actually make that call there. But makes me want to puke. So just the Titan Nano remaining now. We'll see how this goes. Going to be reg closing soon, and the add-on period coming up in probably 10-15 minutes. So. Yeah, Queen 9 is my nemesis, at least at the moment. Check back to deuce 8. I'm obviously not going to go too insane with deuce 8. Obviously not going to go too insane with deuce 8. Get rid of the 10-6. There we go. 30.22 for the current bankroll. Max bankroll 31.21 because of the way my spreadsheet is ordered. The deep impact started the earliest today, so it's at the top of my list. So the it actually added that in before I took out the other bankroll, even though they were entered before that. So it went up to 31.21 and then has dropped down to 30.22 with my other buy-ins today. Yeah, I don't think my king high wins here very often, but I guess my king high does win there sometimes. I guess it does win there sometimes. Just under 100 people registered in this Titan now. 99 total. How's Addy doing? You still in this one, Addy? Oh yeah, you are still. You're ahead of me. Cool. Nice to see you still in the. Nice to see you still on the leaderboard. 10 above me. Although I have a flush draw here, so we may be able to dirty up some chips in this hand. Ugh. Just gross. Problem is, it's not even a good flush draw, so I could call and be against a better draw. Should have shoved that one myself, actually, after the min bet by Kalinagru. Yeah, actually, that's probably what I should have done in that case. That would have forced, if Margaret was on a draw, that would have forced them into a much tougher decision. Even on the nut draw. Of course, when they got the nut draw, they call and I'm in horrible shape, but I don't think a gut shot is enough to lead out on in this spot. I think when it comes in, I'm going to keep checking, and hopefully someone bets into me. There could be the Jack Queen out there that bets into me, but nice straight flush. I just saw that on the Twitters there, Addy. Nice one. Nice one, buddy. So the diamonds get there, but they seem pretty unlikely at this point. So I think we just got to put value in with our straight and assume we have the best hand. I mean, I think the way this is played out, respect noobs, and with our history, Cosby with a lot of hands that have a 10 in them, shoves on me quite a bit. I don't think he ever has I don't think he ever has. Yeah, I don't think he ever has diamonds. Except for this time that he has diamonds. I am not going to rebuy a second time. I think I'm going to call this a day. This is obviously not going well for me in the Titans, so I think we're done. It's been great to have you around with me, Addy. It's been great to see everybody else, and we will be back again for more streaming. I think on Monday is when I'm shooting for. Mondays are a bit tough for me. I never know for sure if I'm going to be able to make it or not because I got a lot of work that I need to get done on Mondays. What with all the Sunday tournaments and stuff that I need to write up about, but definitely Wednesday, if not on Monday. So thank you for hanging out with me today, and we'll catch you again. I'm out.